stream. I have a couple of things I gotta do today. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I'm not weird. You're weird. So, all I've got to do left to the Civic is clean up the glass. I'm just going to do the front and the back, and the sides don't really matter all that much. Clean up and wax the front and the back glass, which would take like an hour, maybe? I don't know. I'll have to... Maybe I'll roll the cart over there? Can I do that? I don't know if I can do that. I don't know how fucking Heist goes around with his hair down constantly. I like having long hair. Well, it's less a preference of hairstyle and more a preference of energy exertion. I'm cheap and I'm lazy. If and or when it gets to the point where it bugs the crap out of me, just buzz it all off. And then I let it grow again. This is the third time I've grown my hair out. Third or fourth time. Don't remember exactly. Really wish I could find that 14 short socket. I hear humans. Why? I always wonder why the chat rate is 1 whenever you start up a stream. Kinda weird. And also, before I go out on my Ridley road trip, I want to see if I can't set up a stream. Like, can you disable chat and re-enable chat, like, live? Is it a thing you can do? Oh. Yeah, I'm using a higher bitrate on purpose. How do you... interwebs. Let's go interwebs. Let's go interwebs. Oi. I don't think so. I was in the middle of a thought, wasn't I? This is all about people watching streams and turning chat off. I don't care about watching. The internet is useless. Completely useless. The fucking internet is useless. Garbage and crap and disgusting and fucking useless. Whatever. Anyway, I've got a wax on, wax off. Gotta wax the windscreen front and back on the Civic. And then my roommate wants me to check out his vehicle for their drive to Vegas. Also, it is currently 46 degrees Fahrenheit in my garagey. And yeah, see, like, 46. No jacket. Great. Yesterday, it was 50. And I needed my jacket. Awfully suspicious. 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 That's why English is stupid. How many S sounds do we have? How many K sounds do we have? How many OO sounds do we have? How many ah sounds do we have? Why do you need redundant sounds? You don't. Well, you've got female lady parts. That's called menopause. There we go. Got a thing for you. I got bored one day. It's the delayed reaction. I don't know, I got nothing. I'm too tired. Not tired, just don't have enough energy currently. Which is weird, because I think I actually slept, like, through the night. I made me an alphabet. I've got English equivalent sounds, the sound each character makes, and the character. And the neato speedo thing about my alphabet is letters cannot be written backwards. Of course, geometric shapes as alphabet characters, people don't tend to like, so nothing will probably ever happen of it. But it's a thing I did. I could come up with something different. Because some of these would take too long to write if you're trying to, like, write a message. And then none of this, so this was just an off the top of my head kind of thing. None of this accounts for handwriting characteristics of our species. This alphabet would be kind of a typeset only kind of thing. Which, I mean, these days, who cares? Nobody handwrites anything anymore. But it has 24 characters. Because I determined that there are 24 unique sounds the human mouth tongue can make without repeating sounds and without using voice or glottals or clicks or pops or whistles or anything that a statistically significant group of people may or may not be able to perform. So there's no pops, there's no clicks, there's no whistles. So all of this is stuff you can make with your mouth if you're not using your voice. Right? It doesn't require any kind of vocal flexion. And they pretty much, except for the vowels, they pretty much all follow the same format. And what I tried to do, also, was I tried to give characters compliments. Right? So, each one is sort of the upside down or rotated version of its partner. And the primary key was no sounds that are difficult to make, like Mandarin. Mandarin has sounds that are just sort of difficult to make. English has a few of those too. Russian has some, German has some. A number of African dialects have difficult sounds, difficult syllables, syllables. These are all the basic sounds. And some of them, I don't know if... I guess it depends on how you define a vowel. Because I've seen a couple of different definitions of the word vowel. My English as a first language brain says that some of these are vowels, but they follow the consonant format of the character set. And then one of them is the opposite, where it follows the vowel, but it's probably a consonant. Again, it depends on your definition. If your definition is lips and tongue don't touch anything, which is a definition I've seen, then yeah, it's weird. Maybe at some time in the future, actually, I should make a video about this. That's what I should do. I should make a video about this. Because I can't stand, like, oh, it's cute, they wrote the R backwards. No, they wrote yeah. That character means yeah. And I'm sure a number of people have tried to introduce their own alphabets, character sets, what have you, and have failed spectacularly, or failed boringly. Should really get up and get moving. Do a thing. Stand by. I can't really do much until my hair's dry, can I? Oh, stand by. I'll be right back. Oh, alrighty then. Oh, alrighty then. So what I should do, I should sit down and write up a bunch of various funny and or kind of sing-songy intros for my alrighty thens. Because I could do one. Jim Carrey style. Because, you know, already then, already tidy. Well, nature, when nature calls. I'll have to go back and watch it so I can get the cadence right. Because it definitely want to be one of those homage to kind of things. Also, hair tie, not on my wrist all day. Well, half the day. I think I'm going to start doing the Civic, and then I'll do the Civic glass, which I'm going to see if I can't. I mean, I guess there's no see if I can't. There's just unplug, drag, plug. Boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats. Mother Fletcher! I'm 10 mil. Who's it? Thank you. Oh, buffer. Buffer. He has a blue house with a blue window. Blue is a color. He bought me. Where is it? These are. Everything's blue. I want to go see a doctor about that. Blue Corvette's pretty normal. You depressed? I think he is. Blue are the feelings that live inside him. I think he's depressed. I'm sorry, guy. Ooh. I should build a little clippity ship to put the mic. That's what I should do, to put it right here. Right here. Right here. Put it right here. Put it right here. There we go. Just like that. That's the new stream. Mic in the way. Funny, shut up. You don't know me. There he goes again. I think he's infecting his people around him with his blueness. That's not good, dude. He's blue, na dee da na na dee da na na dee da na na dee da na dee da na. I should learn some genuinely good dance moves. Not the silly shit that I normally do. Oh! And Mummy Dearest. Did some learner rating. And live streams. Minus monetization. So if I'm not getting ad revenue, like I don't have ads popping up during the live stream, anything goes, almost. Like, so no longer any need to necessarily censor oneself. Tell you what, the Dead South, the best. I'd call them, somebody, I commented on one of their videos, one of the recent music videos they released, and we went back and forth, me and two or three other people, about like what you would call kind of this genre if you were to classify it. Because it's not necessarily bluegrass, but we came up with newgrass, N-E-U. So, you know, new wave, new grass. You know, because it's bluegrass, but like a modern twist, right? It's been modernized. And I tell you what, I don't care who else is doing newgrass. The Dead South. Look at me. Look at me when I'm talking to you. The Dead South is the best. And hell, I'll be in good company. Go look it up. Uh. Alright, let's know what I mean? That's the best. Tell you what, I like me some bluegrass. Good old down home bluegrass. It's usually better, honestly, in person. Usually better like when you're there and they're just playing live, even if it is I don't know what you call that, like a common song, a song they always play. New Grass to Black Veil Brides. Tell you what, I'm just gonna string this scrunching cord across the garagey there. Oh, I don't have to strum. Hey? Hey? Oi! Stand by. Story of your life. Not afraid to die. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah blah blah. Okay. Crunching cord. And for probably the 6,000th time, I need to wash my rags. Maybe I could do that today. We'll just have a laundry stream. How's that sound? Hey! 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 None of that now. I need to clean the floor first. I'm a type. On the floor now. There you go, boy. I'll tell you what, boy. Mm-hmm. I tell you what. Oi. Alright. Lettuce. Tomato. Thing. Could you not, please? Hey! Ah, that was weird. It's supposed to be a hey! But it turned into a That's what I need. I just need some Yiddish music. I don't have any Yiddish music. Yiddish pop. You know what I mean? There's a girlfriend that's an astrophysicist, a quantum physicist. That's what I need. Where do you find the lady girls that are quantum physicists? Is there a forum for that? QuantumPhysicistOnly.com? Okay, now we can drag this thing over here. Plug. Drag. Plug. Drag. That is what we do. Don't fall, please. Don't fall. Right there? How's that? Better? Could be worse. I'm actually going to do some of that. No, I'm not. You. Would you stop? You know, it's not yay, and it's not oh, it's Hey, there you go. Russian trance remix of a Finnish folk song. Yeah, boy. Oh, I need a pad. Oh, that's medium. I want medium. also need is a new hat. This guy's about done for. It's too bright. Sunglasses it is. Another, stand by. Cool thing is, I'm pretty sure the song that this is based off of is public domain. I should put that in my stream music. I should get public domain folk music, and that should be my stream music. What am I, stupid? This whole time I'm like, oh, use YouTube music. YouTube music's free, it's fine. Public domain music. Or public domain folk music from around the world. Yeah. 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 Also, anybody need a tire? Brand new. Only 50 miles on it. Alright, voice things, voiced. Voice things, voiced, boy. Gotta clean the windows, boy. And you guys aren't gonna watch me do the, well, you're gonna watch me do the back one kind of in the distance there, but I'm not gonna take the cart out there because it's wet and I don't want things to fall in the wet. You have to watch me from a distance, like a secret admirer. I know, in reality, I know, I get it. I'm just gorgeous. I wish I could find glass cleaner. Oh no, where the flingle glass cleaner went. It's just gone. One. Oh. Okay. Dark. Dark. It was your heart on the line. This time. Yeah. This is gooey. Okay. Not your fault, but mine. And it was your heart. It would be really handy right about now. Squeegee. Hey, what? Hey, what? Say what? Trash can. Screen brightness. Those. Yeah, it's kind of what I need. I don't need a full. As long as the rubber's soft and it's not like nervous. Then, do you guys have clay, like body clay? Yeah. It's so. I don't remember. Think like so if you take silly putty and you make it kind of cold and it gets hard, but you can still like if you put some effort into it, you can still mold it. They use it for like body detailing. After you get all the dirt and debris and stuff off, use it to get some of that embedded in the paint type of stuff or embedded in the clear coat type of stuff. You just take it across the body, and I don't know how to explain it. It was a thing like 5 or 6 years ago that was really big in the detailing world, and then it just kind of like died away. Yeah, it might be that guy. Yeah. Yeah, let's start with that. I need something bigger. We'll go bigger later, but right now the cheapest guy. What? Question is, what's the football? I got a bunch of them. Okay. This is a damn good song. You can't hear it because you guys suck. Only cool kids can hear this frequency. Yeah, Brandon was grabbing a clay bar and a squeegee for me. Yeah. I mean, that's what it is. It was just like, this yet. Hold on, before I tell you I have it, let me verify. I have, 220. ITS R IYO. Awesome, thank you. Alright, so a thing will be here in a minute. Shroot. So while we're waiting, can we have a chat? Just for a minute. About a thing. And some stuff. It would be far more interesting if I didn't wear sunglasses right now. Because my face is more expressive with my eyes. But it's fine. It's okay. You guys get it. And I appreciate you. That was pointless. That's the point. Huh. So did you know bird duty protects against rust? New paint job, bird duty. Solved. Actually, I am going to polish the passenger side windows because there's weld spatter on the passenger side windows. I don't know who the hell is in here welding when my windows are in here. It obviously wasn't me. I don't know who the hell's doing it, but y'all need to quit, okay? Tired of it. Tired of y'all shit. Tell you what, I am looking forward to getting the flingle out of Utah for a month. I can tell you that. Look, Ma, I'm doing it. I'm doing the thing. Yeah, we probably don't want to reflect sunlight directly onto our monitor there. Oh, I was like, that was fast. Oh, why the hell I put my wallet away without pulling out the monies. Would closer be better? I don't know. Like, up in here. My problem with up in here is the laptop and the camera and everything sitting in direct sunlight. Also, can we have a talk with Scott and the fact that their towels are now more paper than towel? And they're fucking garbage. Absolute, complete, and utter garbage. Oh, we changed the formula to... I don't care what the... You think you did, guy? You did it wrong. And this whole culture of, oh, well, we gotta say things nice and gentle so that we don't offend people. No, actually. When you say things to people and you offend them, yeah, they'll be upset about it for a few minutes. But it'll probably go into their brain because it upset them. Also, camera out in direct sunlight. I don't have any way of, like that. Not really. Because then you're just like, you're looking at my belly button. Um, ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ah, there. Doesn't my bad like that? Does that block the sun enough, or is the camera just like in the sun? I think the camera's just in the sun, which is why I had it further away. Yeah, just get the camera out of the sun. There we go. Now you can actually see. Yeah. Can't really see the monitor. See what's going on in chat. Oh, now I can. Polarized lenses. Who'd have thunk it? They do a thing. Come on, Joe Riley's driver man. I want me some stuff so I can do some things. I want some things so I can stuff. I want some stuff so I can things. Yeehaw. Actually, I wonder if this door's so noisy because the springs are not tensioned correctly. Should call a garage door place. Find out. That feels too light. That feels like too much tension. Tell you what, stand by. I'll be right back. Okay. Now, I have a thing. And I can do a thing. Huzzah. It's on the floor now. You sit right there for now, buddy. And then... on the floor now. Okay. This is a rebel love song. Got microfiber. It's a big microfiber too. Buzzers. That's fine. And then clay bar. Well, this stuff's softer than I remember. It's on the floor now. Okay, now let us do the thing. Actually, you come with a little scrubby. I can do the scrubbies. Yeah. Whee! Now, I put it on the wrong side like a idiot. So we want to try a thing. I want to try a thing. Okay, I didn't think it would. It's too soft. Remember the older stuff was a little bit harder. But I wanted to see if it would help me get like those weird kind of crunchy chunkies off the glass. The answer is no, it does not. What happens if you Okay. That's okay. What I do need to do then polishing compound. Actually, I wasn't expecting that to work. For fucking seriously? Why? I'm not receiving enough data. Really? Go away. Fucking hell. Firefox, you should update. You should update. You should update. You should update. No! Updates are only for fixing problems.
This update. No!
What are you bitching about again? The stream looks fine. OBS. It's fine. You're stupid. Now you're not bitching. Whatever. Whatever. Oi. Okay. These fucking new towels suck. Be able to use them to clean glass. They were great for cleaning glass. And now, they're garbage. Oh, the residue off. At least as much as you can. It gets to be perfect. We're going to do a second stage. A chip. It's not a chip. Can't be a chip. Where's my razor blades? Yeah, I looked for them the other day and I couldn't find them. Hell, my razor blades. Big old pack of razor blades. How big old pack of razor blades go? Big old pack of razor blades! Did I take them inside for some reason? I guess stand by again? I can't go find those frickin' razor blades. I know. Old fraud. Flingle dingle. Ah. I don't know where it went. Dumbration. Because he's racing and pacing the course. He's going the distance. Toolbox, do the thing I tell you to do. Ah. you're gonna do it, bro, you gotta do it like now. Well, so guess I'll try to not scratch the window. Is it on? Is it like over here? I don't see it over here. Oh, I don't know where the hell my razor blades went. This is troublesome. Are they in the sink? Shut up. You don't know me. Oh, my hands are starting to show the signs of age and wear. There's a bunch of chunkies on my glass. What do you know what they are? Oh, that razor blade's like chunky now. Crunchy, crunchy, chunky. Oh. Okay. Guess this is going to be a lot longer than I thought it was going to be. do that to the back. I think that's what I'll do. Probably take. That way I can do polish. Or I swap the pads. Found a gouge in my back glass. That's lovely. I'm gonna go polish it real quick and clean it. Then we'll be ready. Tidal wax. Tidal wax, tidal wax. Diddle, diddle. Ain't a carvy, man. Back in the days when funny was funny. doing stuff. Man. So we're gonna do the side windows real quick. I think I remember there being a bunch of weld splatter on them. take this guy off of here. Oi. This guy on. From what I can tell, at least all the different stuff I've tried, turtle wax is hard to shell. Does the best job for clarity, longevity. The Rain-X stuff wears out in like a week. I put turtle wax on and had it last a year. Oh, buff it into the glass, buff it into the glass. Cord. No. Damn it. Go. Nuts. Woo-wee. Taking on the hands. Oh. Let them dry. Give them a good old wiperoo. And we'll be ready to go. My roommate, who likes to wait until the very last second to do anything, is like, hey, if I sent you the money, could you go pay rent today? Like, you can try. It's already noon on the very last day before we start accruing late fees. Which is why I said I can try. I don't know how he operates. Tell you what. Comes through and clears at like 4:55. He's just gonna have to call the landlord and be like, hey, stuff didn't work out until today. Something, blah, blah, blah. He's gonna have to come up with something. Because could have been done Friday. Perfectly fine to do it Friday. What the fuck you mean emergency calls only? Oh, is the network not fucking working? Like always around here? It's one of the most backwards damn areas I've ever been. Cell service is spotty in town. Cell service is spotty at best. Internet goes out at least once a week. give it a little wiperoo. Oh man. What are you doing? They move somewhere with an actual internet connection. This is ridiculous. And last step for the front, clean the wipers off. There ain't no point in cleaning the glass and wiping all that crud that's on the wipers back across it again. That's just silly. And not living in Arizona, my wipers last for more than a month. Another reason I'm not ever moving back. Fuck Arizona. There they are again. Dead south. Kind of in a melancholy mood today. Hey, what I'm gonna do real quick. Real quick. A little water taste. Just a little water taste. I don't know, does the hard shell expire? Or maybe it was the other shell thing that I got from Turtle. Maybe it wasn't this stuff. That, not doing the thing I wanted it to do. Okay, well, tell you what. Pull the wipers back up real quick. Do a clean. Like a proper clean. Okay. Wait, fly down. I'm gonna take those plastic clips off of there. I'm gonna clean le crevice. Le crevice. Or fit the boom. That's how this works. Not going to do the back because the back doesn't matter. I just wanted to clean it and polish it. It'll crud off a bit. Oh. Also, sitting in direct sunlight, and all of this stuff besides the cleaner, probably not great. We're going to leave it. That's where it's going to stay for now. Swap the plant back over. And we're done with that. Gotta build the power adapter and come up with like cup holders, I guess. I don't know what the hell to do with cup holders. Like, there's really nowhere to mount them. But I haven't done the passenger floorboard yet. I guess I could do like sticky tape, double-sided tape. But there's crap down there. There's moisture down there. I don't know. I'd have to dry it out and then hope nothing else gets down there. But I don't know if the moisture is from, like, did I do a bad job of the sealing the roof? Since I've sealed the roof, one time I got a little drip from that pillar. Again. So I don't know if it's perfect, it's good. You have to wash the back window one more time, though. So a little bit of residue. Thank you. Oh. And these are so shitty. This guy should be fired. Out of a cannon. Into the sun. Guy that said that we need to redesign these towels, reformulate the material, and change it to this stupid fucking restaurant bathroom. It's fine. It's fine, everything's fine, we're fine, you're fine, I'm fine, everything's fine. It's fine. The razor blades back where they go. Grab the lid for the can. The boosh. And the boosh. On the skadoosh. And then I'm gonna shuffle cars around. Put the Ford here in the garage. Well, not in the garage. Put the Ford in front of the garage. I swear that clay is supposed to be harder. But it's fine. I don't know how I'm going to do that if I ain't got money to go do it. Huh? Huh? Alright, let's do some car trading around. Actually, what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to move the Ford and I'm going to drive the Civic around the block for a minute. So, which one is this guy? Bam. I'm going to test drive Civic. I will be right back. Yeah, set these down. Get some fucking lanyard. Got a little bit of spray on the window. Let me go wipe the window. Wipe the window. There we go. It's a bit cleaner. Right, let's drive. I'm back. Turn off that. We're gonna go outside. We're gonna get the Ford. See, we're gonna pull Ford up right here, and we're gonna check out the Ford. That's what we're gonna do. Got stuff all over the side of the Volkswagen. And even though the clear coat's coming off and the paint's starting to go funny, if he comes and he sees, literally, this guy, if he comes and he sees splatter from in the polishing compound on the side of his car, I'd be like, oh, why'd you do that? Why did you move the car? It wipes right off, guy. It doesn't matter. That's the kind of guy he is. It's just the kind of guy he is. He is his father's child, for sure. Alright. Now, tell you what I'm gonna do. Also, hello, Mr. Cullen. How goes it? How does it go? Does it go? Sunglasses. I like these sunglasses, except they do not stay on your damn head. Ridiculous. Cables and cords and cables and cords and cords and cables and cables and cords. Cables and cords. Come here. One more. One more. Hey, come here. There we go. There we go. Alright, so what we've got to do in here, see? What we've got to do in here is quit being tangled. Damn it. We've got to check things. We've got to check things. We've got to look around and we've got to check things. There's nothing funny in there. Is there anything funny in there? That's a bit low. That means coolant's going somewhere. Coolant pressure test it is. Because we've got to find if there's a leak. Of course, if there is a leak, I'll put the ECU in the connector. You can't find your engine, but Also, lens cover's dirty. Pardon me. There we are. Looks a little better. Alright. Checking the oil cap. Make sure no chocolatey milks. O-ring looks okay. Look down inside there. Really, Ford? tube in there? You know what that little tube is? It's an oiler jet. Instead of casting it into the freaking metal in the head, or instead of boring it through the metal, they're just like, hey, let's just put a tube in here. We're gonna just put a tube in here. That's how Ford engineers talk. Okay. Looking for anything, just kind of out of, we don't need him open, that's fine. Looking for anything out of the ordinary. Also, is that? No way. Wait. What the heck is going on with my flashlight? It won't change brightness when I turn it on sometimes. Oh, it's a transmission fill. Okay. Wait. What? Transmission's using Merc 4? Or is that Merc LV? 55? Mercon 55. I didn't even know there's a Merc 55 in existence. I ain't bad. You missed the morning weather report. You gotta get here earlier, man. Gotta get morning weather report in, you know? That's the content that people crave. It's what they're here for. You and my mother. Yeah, it's Merc LV. I didn't know there was a Merc 55. Look at that. Mercon LV. Wonder if that's also the dipstick? I don't see a dipstick anywhere. For the Tranio mission. The Transios missions. Yes it is. Woo! Woo! It's, I don't know if you can see the color of it. Put it in the light there. That is brown. Let me wipe my fingers off. See if you can see it over top of my fingers. Because white man got white fingers. Got white fingers. Oh, can't see it. Too thin. The level's okay. It's above the max line, engine not running, which means the pump's not running, which means fluid paths are empty. Oh my god. They put a debris filter on the top of the transmission, this plastic case that is the side of the transmission. So what I need to do then, come on, thank you. What I need to do, we need to check the engine oil quality also. It's a little bit dark. Let's see what the level is. Share away. It's on the low side. We're a quart low. And it's a bit dark. So, oil change. Yeah, and they're going out this weekend. I need to grab the cooling system pressure tester. Ooh, it's getting warm. It's getting warm. That toolbox. Not sure if you're aware of this, but you're kind of in the way. If you could not be in the way, I would appreciate it. Okay. So, yeah, this is a vehicle he's trying to not do anything to. He doesn't want to touch it. Because every time he touches it, something breaks. Because Ford, why not? Is this guy? Bam. Okay. Radiator system, or cooling system, pressure tester. We've got You can see that, right? Hey, boo. Got a little. Fine. We've got a little. Wow, what the? Where are the? Oh my God. So the last people that were in here, was a Ford dealership. They didn't even put the freaking bolts back in the cooling system reservoir. Or, I guess it's not a reservoir, it's what the hell are they calling it? Some pressure tank or something. Jesus, people. Yeah, so we took it in because the power steering was acting up. It was just not working correctly, right? So he takes it to the dealership because at this point it was under warranty because he'd bought it, not brand new, but he bought it from a dealership, so they provide a warranty. He took it to them. They replaced the rack. I think they replaced something. I don't remember what. But there were. Oh, so they were. I think it was they replaced the rack first. They did not bleed the system correctly. Fords have a very, very particular bleeding pattern requirement that Ford does not recognize. Ford does not actually tell you this in the book when you're doing this job. Ford does not approve the correct way of bleeding the power steering system. Hey, it's a pain in the ass. I don't know how the hell they designed these systems so poorly, but since the 80s, at the very least, Ford power steering systems have been so bad that you have to bleed them in such a dumb way to actually make it work. So they didn't bleed it. Drove it around for like a month or so, and he called him up a couple of times and they're like, oh yeah, you just gotta drive it and it'll feel better. There was no power steering. When we took it back to the dealership, or when he took it back to the dealership, I went with him. We looked inside the power steering reservoir, which sits back here, behind the cooling system reservoir. And there was, why is that? That's overfilled anyway. They were sparkly. There was glitter inside the reservoir. And when it was running, it circulates. And you just see swirls of metal in the reservoir. I'm like, well, that means something was not lubricated and there's now a bunch of fat. So, took it back. It sat there for 2 months at the dealership in Vegas. They had to replace the pump, the lines, the rack again. Something else. They replaced effectively the whole power steering system. And he gets it back, and now the power steering works, but they couldn't even be bothered to put bolts. They simply could not be bothered to put the bolts back in this thing. And it's, I don't know, man, this is kind of the reason why I want to do this, right? Is because of shit like this. Because you're a dealership, okay? You're a dealership. This is what you do. And you still can't do it right. What? Unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. If you can't be trusted to do your job, how can anybody be trusted to do their jobs? It's ridiculous. It is completely, absolutely, 100% absurd and ridiculous. So, we hook our system pressure tester up. We've got a bunch of air, so it's going to take a while to pump this up. Another reason why these stupid pressure reservoirs are a dumb idea, they live with air in them. So you need to pressurize the cooling system to determine if there's a leak or not. You're pressurizing that air first, which takes forever on this little short stroke freaking pump. 1 pound. 5 pounds. 7 pounds. Shut up. Don't say it. Shut up. 10 pounds. $13.5 pounds. That's fine. This says 2.2, like 2.2 bar? No. 1.1. Okay, 16 psi. That's fine. We can put it at dropping quickly. Lovely. Alright, flashlight. So, this is the drop rate we don't want to see. We watch him, he's at 12. See the bar. Seems to slow down around 12 actually. Okay, so let's put some pressure back in it. Alright, close to 15. Now if we watch him, 14. I don't know how well it comes through in video, but I can watch it dropping. I can see the bar now from my perspective. 14. It's going down. Faster than it should be. You're not be able to see it moving. So, we're going to look around and see if we can't find some leaky news. Some leaky weekies. We want to see something wet. Shut up. Oh, here's another one for you. Here's a good one for you. Okay. Low side. HVAC hose. Suction side. Right? You can tell because it's larger. Okay, so hose. 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 Metal line. Metal line. Connector. Stupid connector. Probably an orifice tube. Line goes down. But you might be asking, where's the access port? Here's the high side access port. Smaller line, high side access port, liquid port, right? Well, you don't check it at liquid, but it's the liquid side. There's your access port. Where's your low side? Is it here, where you can access it? No! No, it's not. It is down in there. On a freaking tube, just kind of welded to the side of the other tube. Who designs this stuff? They have severe mental deficiencies and multiple head injuries. Like, not saying anything about people with neurological disorders or damage, psychological disorders or damage. You are who you are, right? But if you know your brain does not work well, if there's a problem, if you know there's a problem, don't be designing cars. People put their lives in your hands in these machines. This is a safety concern every time you screw something up on a car. Every time, it's a safety concern. Doesn't matter what it is. It could be using a connector not designed for an automotive environment. It could be something as simple as that for a headlight. For a turn signal. Doesn't matter. If it's not correct, there are correct and there are incorrect. Okay? There are correct and there are incorrect design characteristics, especially for automobiles. Okay? And if you want to experiment, you want to try something new, fine. Don't put people's lives in jeopardy for your experiment. Create a prototype and then you drive it for 20 years. This whole thing just disgusts me. It's funny because it's not dropping anymore. That's very funny to me. see if there's any drippy drips on the ground, shall we? No drippy drips. Oh, there is wet down here. Oil wet, not coolant wet. Front tires need some air, they can do that themselves. We know the rear brakes are fine, because I just did them. Front brakes are brand new. I guess I just did them too. I don't remember. And of course they designed this thing in such a way that you can't actually see anything in the engine bay. They obfuscate it with plastic. They do that on purpose, mind you. It's intentional. They're like, oh, someone comes into a meeting, and they're like, hey, I noticed that in this design here, it appears as though someone can work on this that's not our dealer. Well, yeah, that's kind of the point. No, we don't do that anymore. We design things such that you have to take it to the dealer and use special tools to get to stuff sometimes. Ford's really good about that. Ford for a long time has had this thing where they try to make things more difficult than it really needs to be. And I get it. Sometimes there's technological advancements and things have to change to support those technologies. And sometimes those technologies require special knowledge or special tools, whatever. Top of an engine bay is not one of those. It's not. Also, I need to quit kowtowing to people that are like, oh, I want my engine to be quiet. I don't want to hear my car. You do want to hear your machine, because if you hear it, you can tell when something is wrong. You can go get it fixed instead of endangering people's lives because you don't know there's a problem and you're ignoring that orange light on your dashboard. Because you have a buddy that told you, oh no, the orange light's only for your gas cap. I've actually heard that before. No, the check engine light only comes on if like your gas cap is bad or something stupid. I'm like, no. Yes, the primary purpose for check engine lights is for emissions emissions related malfunctions. So things that can cause increased bad emissions, right? That's the primary purpose. This isn't OBD2A though, where that was entirely the case. I'm pretty sure we're on C. I don't know, is D coming? There might be an OBD2D coming. I don't know. I haven't looked it up in a while. But OEMs have gone to using the check engine light for other things. There's a problem with the radio. Check engine light. Seriously. I've seen that. I've seen a check engine light come on for radiator fan. I've seen the check engine light come on for brake lights. I have seen a check engine light for a brake light. That was weird. I don't remember who that was, like Volvo? BMW maybe? I don't know. That was really weird. I was like, why is there a brake light to check it? Like, you can't put another indicator on the dash saying, hey, you have a light out. Which they did do. The same company. I remember thinking, you guys have in other vehicles where you have indicators on the dash that say, hey, you have a bulb out. But this one you didn't do that on? Why? Oh, we've already got the check engine light. Why waste the bulb? Really, guy, you're going to complain about a 4-cent bulb. Seriously? Come on. I don't care how many millions of cars you're making. You can spend that 4-cent bulb. It's fine. Yeah, no, it's not moving at all. 14.9. Look at that. I put it to 14.5. It went down to 12. I pumped it back up to about 14.9. Now it's just staying there. Interesting. Interesting. It's one of those curiouser and curiouser kind of things. The coolant is low though, so coolant low plus pressure drop. Strange. Very strange. Maybe they just call it an expansion tank? I don't know, I think it's a dumb idea. I think overflow tank, non-pressurized, and a cooling system that just feeds in and out of an overflow tank is fine. You don't need to have this stupid... These things, they don't work right. I don't know what it is about this design. Expansion tank design, pressurized reservoirs. They have more problems. They fail more often from what I've seen. It's like, oh, maybe I'm stupid. Maybe that's what it is. And I can tell you, sometimes I'm stupid. Most of the time, that's not the case. I'll be the first to tell you, I am the laziest, stupidest smart person you'll ever meet. I'm gonna grab a bottle of cooler real quick. We've still got this Geo5. I'm gonna call Joe Riley's. He's like, oh, check and make sure a $1 Zelle went through. Like, $1 is not the problem. Banks tend to hold large transactions for 24 hours. Okay, so say it needs a transmission service, it needs an oil change. I would recommend at least putting a quart of oil in it before heading out. And it's not like a quart low is a little bit unusual. Quart low is fine. What do I want? Do I want a 50-50? I want a 50-50. Even a brand new engine, it is not unusual to lose a quart between oil changes. There we go. Just above the cold line. Smoosh too high. But it's fine. Especially if it's losing coolant. Okay, so cooling system is topped up. Also, why is this so... Why is there... Oh, holy crap, Speckle Batman. To put this thing up here requires a lot of force. Who designed this? I'm going to see if I can't find a bolt to fit in those speed nuts. They're probably 6x1 fender bolts. Let me grab a pair. Bolt, bolt. Let's try these. Even though they're definitely the wrong bolts. Alright, so let's bring you guys down a little bit. Got me a pair of 6x1 fender bolts. We're going to loosen the guy on this washer reservoir. Just tying those two guys together. We're going to try to put the bolts in. We're going to try without the ratchet to put the bolts in here. Let's see if we can get you a view. Okay, bolt. I don't know if I'll be able to get you guys a view. Would you quit? Jesus. Sometimes cables are annoying. Hey! That was going in. There's so much pressure on this. Still incredibly poorly designed. Like this thing, when you put this thing in here, it should rest naturally, right where the bolt holes are. That's how you design this. They didn't do that. Someone gave them a bounding box and said, hey, design something to fit inside this bounding box. They didn't actually give them a CAD drawing of the body panels. You can always kind of tell what engineers were thinking, how they were doing their jobs. Well, actually, in this case, they weren't doing their jobs. Okay. Now that that's actually secure. Oh yeah, that's gonna last a while. I'm gonna wipe the top of the battery. We got a little bit of residue. And we don't like residue in our batteries, as is evidenced by a video I made about it. Go watch the video if you haven't. Which I have 2 viewers right now. I'm sure you've both seen the video. But I figured I'll say it anyway. Yeah, I mean, it's okay. Power steering's a bit overfilled. Needs a quart of engine oil. Coolant was low. Air filter? Check the air filter. You go on a 1,000-mile trip. Sometimes you want to know what kind of condition the air filter's in. And how do we check the air filter, you might ask? First, we look at it. A little bit dirty. Not crazy bad, but not great. And then we do the drop test. No giant poof of dirt. Okay. Should be fine. Should be okay. I'd recommend replacing it in the next month or so. And me, I'd replace it right now. Right this very moment. Thank you. Alright, so we know the brakes are good because we recently did them and the brakes work quite well actually. Since we got them bled correctly. This thing was kind of half a nightmare to bleed for whatever reason. I don't even know why. I didn't introduce a lot of air. Like I didn't introduce air to the system. I clamped the hoses because we're replacing rear calipers, right? Clamp the hoses, replace the calipers, put brake fluid, bleed it out. Okay, there's no more air. Hop in it. It's just spongy. Like, why did the pedal go into the floor? The brakes don't work. So we went through, led all four, all the way around, slow and steady the proper way, you know, blah, 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 which I think that we were actually the first time. So we bled it all over again, and sure as shoot, there were air bubbles, and as long as it took a good 15 or 20 cycles to get air out of the passenger rear, which means the air had to have been in the line somewhere about right here. Middle of the bike. How the hell did air get there? Air goes up. Right? No matter what you do, air goes up. The brake lines in the rear are higher than the brake lines underneath the body in the middle. How did air get up there? No idea. No, but we can check the tires. Tread's good. One of these had a bubble. But we don't see dry rot. Rubber's still pliable. You can pull in the little dillies there and they don't just snap right off. Those tires aren't dry rotted. Of course, this isn't Arizona, so tires don't just dry rot for no reason, right? Same thing this side. There's a little bit of inserting. Oh yeah, there's a bubble right there. There's a bubble and it's got a little rot spot. That concerns me. It's been that way for the last like 6 or 8 months. They haven't done sustained highway driving either. Yeah, they have. They've got the coast. An hour and a half of highway. But like, me, I wouldn't trust that. I would not trust that on any of my vehicles if I were driving on the highway. Well, I probably would. Talking to the camera like the camera has a microphone. Not an idiot. And then going to the back, we will pick up the mic and take it with us so we can whisper into it. I don't want to undo the cable, so I don't want to unwrap the cable, which means can't bring the stuff very far. But we can look at this tire, and this tire does have a little bit of rot around some of the features. injection molding nubs. You pull on them, and they don't just come right off, so that's good. Hair, would you get the hell out of my mouth? Thank you. Yeah, that worries me. This suspension should travel. Well, no, this suspension is very, very hard. It doesn't travel. Suspension on the Ford Edge might as well be solid steel. It's terrible. One of the most terrible stock suspension vehicles I have ever been in, honestly. It's really, really bad. What am I doing? I want to put you on the screen, like that. Alright, so check it out. I will tell him what I find. Yes, from Tire. Tire. What's the point of swipe if it's not going to work? Transmission service, oil change, air filter. Brake fluid's okay. Replace 2 bolts. Other than that, it's fine, I guess. It's okay. Also, this hood weighs like nothing, which is cool, you know. It's really light, saves weight, okay. You have to literally put it down and jump on it, or you have to just slam the crap out of it to get the damn thing to latch. It's crazy. Oh. What else? What else? I don't even know. Guess I could swap the Ford for the Civic and do the fuel filter. Why don't we do that? Do another swapperoo. Do the fuel filter. Then we can see how kind of dirty the fuel filter is. Okay? Good. Bye-bye. see the mail lady coming down the road. I see the mail lady come down the road. Hopefully she has package for me. Package for me. It says on way for delivery, whatever the hell they say in there. Out for delivery on the thing. So I'm gonna wait for a minute until she gets over here and see if she has a package for me. Package! He makes me happy. This is a warranty job. The fans, so funnily enough, I don't know if you remember, the van's cluster and climate control lights were spotty. So I replaced them with some guys, every single one of them in both the units. I was worried about the cluster lights being flaky because they didn't feel quite right. Cluster lights are fine. Driving down the highway, no problem. All the climate control ones won't turn on now. You can thunk it and you'll get one of them to flicker, and that's it. So those were cheapy eBay guys, and I was like, we'll try it out. If they don't work at all, then we'll order something else. But they were also just bulbs. They were regular old bulbs, and they were yellow, orange yellow, that's just halogen colored. And the rest of the dash is green. The lights that came out, there's still over, 3 of them are still over there. The lights that came out, they've got a filter over them, so it's bulbs, regular old bulbs. But they've got a filter over them that makes them the green color. Well, I ordered green LEDs. So we're going to swap them for LEDs, which hopefully should be a little bit more reliable. And hopefully, because I got them from Super Bright LEDs, their distributors are of quality parts. And hopefully those will go in, they'll be fine. It's super easy to do. Takes my bit set. I can just drive up there with the bit set and be done with it. Fine. So we'll do that. I'll give her a call here in a minute. I'm going to take these inside, drop them off in the gaming room, and I'll be right back. What do you do with a drunken sailor? What do you do with a drunken sailor? What do you do with a drunken sailor early in the morning? String 'em up from the yardarm, Captain. String 'em up from the yardarm, Captain. String 'em up from the yardarm, Captain, early in the morning. No, they're individually wrapped. Oh no. Ew. I got a sticker. I got a sticker. SuperBrightLEDs.com, which you guys can't even see it. SuperBrightLEDs.com. I got a sticker. I've been putting all the stickers that I get from places in one box, and one day I'm just gonna take and something. I don't even know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna sticker something. Maybe a car. Maybe a laptop, right before I sell it. Take pictures of it unstickered, put all the stickers over it. Guy comes to look at it like, this wasn't in the picture. Oh yeah, no, the picture was like from 2 years ago. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Stickers are cool, man. I don't know. Maybe I'll just make like a little board, and you just stick all the stickers on there in the empty space, willy nilly. You don't organize them. You just stick them on there willy nilly, all kinds of different directions. And then as they start to, you start to lose space, you start putting them on top of each other, overlapping, and you get this kind of neat collage effect. I don't know if it would work with like stickers from companies or not. I don't know. I've seen it, and it's just kind of a mess visually. But, pull the car over. Do the Filio filter. Next time, this is going to get a flange, and I'm drilling holes, and I'm just plug welding it. What I might end up doing is I might build a spot welder. I might just do a spot weld. Then you would need to do plug welds. Because plug welds are still going to be a bunch of heat with a MIG. So do a spot welder and have just little pokey things, and you just go like how they built these things in the first place. $14 flare nut wrench, 17 deep socket. 14 flare nut wrench. 14 flare nut wrench. Run, George. Come here. Come here, you. Yeah, you. What are you doing, Shane? Now, how's that guy? 10 mil, I believe. Feels like a 10 mil. 10 mil and excrunction. Excrunction. It's a function. Don't tell me I left those tools on the floor. You can't tell me that because I didn't. See, yet again, Honda doing a thing that is just like super easy to deal with, easy to handle, easy to work on. Fuel filter, right on top. What is a fuel filter? Say it with me now, kiddies. Fuel filters are maintenance items. That's right. How do we deal with maintenance items? We don't hide them! What I should do? I should make engineering for kids videos. Of course, I can't monetize those. But if I'm making money doing streams, maybe videos could be engineering for children. Something like that. Because people need to be educated. They need to know this is not how you do this. Do not do this. Okay. Now, so there-ish. Okay. Now, bracket thing, come off. Thank you. We'll give him a shake. There's a drip pan. Need a drip pan. Oops. Look at that. Nice. Fuel filter, ever so slightly dirty. I remember my buddy, we were talking about it one day, the guy that I used to work on cars with. And he was talking like 15 years that he's been working on Hondas. This was 10 years ago. 12 years ago? I don't know, a long time ago. And all the years that he had been working on Hondas, he had never seen a clogged fuel filter. Not once. Granted, this fuel filter is huge. The amount of fuel that flows through it. That's something I don't get around here. Sidewalks everywhere. There's sidewalks everywhere in this area. Where are people running and jogging? In the middle of the damn road. Get off the road. Being stupid. There's a sidewalk. Where's the damn sidewalk? If there's no sidewalk, I get it. You know? You can't run on a sidewalk that doesn't exist. Okay, fine. I understand. But if there's a sidewalk, there's the damn sidewalk. That's what it's for you to walk on. Literally, its purpose in its entirety. People that specifically... Oh, another stupid about this area. Apparently, it's illegal to ride a bicycle on a sidewalk around here. I'm like, what? You're telling me that literally the thing designed to keep anything that's not an automobile off the road so that they don't get hurt by automobiles. Literally, that thing, it's illegal to use for that thing. Like, bicycles illegal on the sidewalks. What's wrong with you people? Jesus. Come on. Also, something else Honda did that was really, really good is on this vehicle design, on the top of the fuel filter. I'll bring the bolt over to you here in a minute. Okay, so you have fuel filter bolt. Get you out of the looking at the sun. Fuel filter bolt, right here. Banjo bolt, right? You drill a hole sideways through it. You drill a hole down the center, and bam, you have fluid flow. Easy peasy. Something they did because they're like, oh well, sometimes you have to check things. Sometimes you need to test. There's a bolt on the bolt. They drilled all the way through the bolt. They didn't stop halfway through. They didn't stop right where the banjo is. They drilled all the way through, and they stuck a hole on the end, and they threaded it. And they stuck a bolt in there with a sealing washer. And that bolt is used for checking fuel pressure. Because sometimes things fail, and you have to work on them. Sometimes things fail, and you do have to work on them. And what did Honda do? They did it correctly. Because that's just the Japanese way to do it. What, you mean we can do a job half-assed? No, we can't do that. Also, these sealing washers are really small. But it's fine. As long as it seals, I don't care. Ta-da! Put all the tools away. Let us put the tools away. Alright, fuel filter replaced. That one's an easy peasy boy. He's right up on top. Get to. Easy job to perform. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Alright. Turn the key on, make sure it don't leak. After I put all the tools away. There's some air in the system. You know what's cool about this being a Honda and not a GM product? Being a Honda, they didn't think to themselves, how can we make things harder for everybody? They just simply designed a thing to work. When you turn the key on, being that it is a fuel-injected engine that requires fuel pressure X to operate correctly, a relay turns on, power is sent to the fuel pump. If the engine does not start, then the fuel pump turns on for some period of time. 3, 4, 5 seconds. In my tune, I can actually adjust it a little bit. I don't know what the minimum and maximum values are because it doesn't tell you in the program. Very, very smartly. smarty pants. But I can adjust it from really short to it's like 5 or 10 seconds. It's quite a bit. I've got it at like 2.5 seconds ish. 3 seconds. So Honda, turnkey on, fuel pump go, fuel pump shut off. Start engine, fuel pump go, and just run until you shut engine off. Because that's what you want. GM products. Turnkey on, fuel pump prime, shut off. Key off, key on. Key off, key on. Key off, key on. Key off, pull out. Wait 2 minutes. Key on, fuel pump prime. Off. On, off, on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off. After it primes, it has some stupid timer, like a lockout timer. If I'm trying to check it, why would you put a timer on it? Yeah, you can bypass it. You can manually turn the pump on. You could do that. That's a thing you could do. But you shouldn't have to. You should be able to key on, key off, key on, key off, key on, key off, key on, key off, key on, key off. You should be able to do that. No, GM are dumb. Alright, so no leak from the fuel filter, new fuel filter, looks good. Brakes look good, I checked them. Ah yes, let's drive on the wrong side of the road. Sure. Good job. Hey, I'm making a left turn. What side of the road I turn on? Oh, the far side. You know, it amazes me. To this day, it amazes me. I'm sure until the day I die, it'll amaze me. How people are allowed to have licenses given the way some of them drive. And the argument, the false argument, mind you, that people try to provide when they're like, you bring it up. You can talk to them. Be like, hey, why? I saw you did this thing. You should not do that. Why did you do that? They're like, well, there was nobody there. It doesn't matter. You're human, guy, which means you do things very much by habit, much of the time. What it ends up meaning is that perhaps it didn't happen today, perhaps it won't happen tomorrow. But there's a very high probability, simply the fact that you have a habit of not paying attention enough to the operation of your deadly, deadly flying machine with controlled explosions. Okay? There's a very high probability, because you do not operate it correctly, that you have a habit of not operating it correctly, and when it comes down to you're autopiloting around, which many people do in automobiles, and you should not. You should never autopilot in an automobile. You should always be actively engaged with what you're doing. When people autopilot, you're going to use and you're going to fall back on those bad habits, and you're going to hurt somebody. That is a simple fact of life. That is 95% of wrecks. You know me, I don't say accidents, because accidents imply a lack of culpability, lack of responsibility. And the word accident implies that it was nobody's fault. An accident. Oops, it was an accident. I didn't intend for this to happen. It was an accident. Right? The problem is we've allowed that word to run over into the operation of automobiles on public roads with other people. And when somebody causes a collision, when somebody causes a wreck and causes damage and or harm to other people and or their property, 95% of the time it is due to ignorance or negligence. You either don't know what you're doing, which is a problem, or you know what you're doing, or you know what you're supposed to do, and you're not doing it anyway. Ignorance or negligence. The other 5% is that maliciousness factor. Is people actively hurting others intentionally. Okay? And I don't care if you woke up in the morning and you're like, I want to hurt another person. Let's go drive over somebody at the park. Or you're looking down at your radio or your phone and you don't see the light turn to red. Both of them are the same thing. A conscious decision that results in harm or damage. Both cases are equally unacceptable. There's no level of sin type of thing going on here. Both cases are equally unacceptable, especially as we continue forward and population densities on the road continue to increase. Negligence is tantamount to maliciousness, and it's a problem. Ooh. You know what I want? I want like a... I want like a good hot dog. Where can I get a good hot dog around here? You know what I really want? I want a good burger. I want a proper burger. Oh, I think this is a bad drain bolt. Just a bad drain bolt? Did I show you guys a bad drain bolt? Bad drain bolt. Because apparently I over torque it all the time. Oops. Lovely. Exactly where I wanted you, Bolt. On the ground again. Right after I picked you up off the ground. Okay. So this guy is ready for a trip. I need to clean up these cables in here a little bit. Because without a dashboard, I don't actually have anything to hold all the wires and stuff up anymore. So, package O zip ties for the time being. a giant bundle of wires for my gauges. They kind of sit, they used to sit up above the knee bolster. They no longer do that thing, I said. They just kind of dingly-dangly down by my feet. And I've just been ignoring it. You put your foot in sideways around the cables so you don't kick them, and put your feet on the pedals, and there you go, you're good. They don't interfere with the pedals in any way, they sit kind of up high, but I'm a big dude, and I sit in a correct position. I don't sit like this, where my leg is just like on the pedals like that. Don't do that. That's the incorrect seating position. You should sit with your knee bent down to the floor, and then you use your foot like that. You should have to pull your foot up a little bit to get it off the pedal, and when you rest it, it sits about 20% of the pedal travel. Maybe you should do a little video about the correct seating position. Oh. It is warm today. Tell people this winter's going to be mild. Holy crap. Like 55. Freaking hot. Trying to get the metal shavings out of my freaking flashlight here. My fiddly flashlight. Actually, tell you what. Zip tie. Another one of those cases of they didn't think about the real world applications when they were designing this thing. They put a giant ridge in here and the magnet on the back cap. So where do all the little ferromagnetic bits go? Right onto the end of the damn thing in that groove. Sometimes I feel like I'm the only one that sees things like this. Like, I can't be. There's no way. Somebody had to have looked at this when they were building it and be like, sir, I don't think that's a good idea because this is going to be... Because literally, they sell this flashlight as a shop flashlight. Meant to be used in the shop. Rugged. And then it comes in and I'm looking at the back of it and I'm like, you realize, guys, that this is going to attract a bunch of, metal shavings and what have you. Not most of it. 85%? 85%'s okay, right? What I need to do is just get all that crap out of there and then fill it with epoxy. So what's next? What are we doing? What are we doing? Tell me. You guys tell me. Tell me, what are we doing? There's no more car stuff I really need to do right now. I can check this bracket against the V-dub. It's a nice, warm, clear, dry day. Check this guy against the V-dub real quick. We can do that. Real quick question. Little question. Who's amazing? I'm amazing. Once I actually had the ability to measure the freaking airbox radii correctly. This one I didn't measure. I just did by, well, technically I did do by measurement. I made a concentric radius to the distance between those two bits there. All I did. But it looks to be nearly 100% correct. Pretty damn close, as far as I can tell. So yeah. So that is good. Those files are good. That means what we can do is it'll probably end up waiting until I get back. But we can start working on the mold or the seal. So, in response, Mr. Cullen, to the, I don't know, it's the third or fourth time you've suggested the suggestion there. In response, I will say, have you seen this damn thing? Look at this. There's no point. Literally, there's no point. This hood is temporary anyway. I've got, and I'm pretty sure I've shown you before, but I've got what's going to be the next hood. Not gonna go for this trip because that's in like 10 days, and there's no way I can get B2 done in 10 days. Yeah, like, because the metal's all screwed up, there's big holes everywhere, it's just, this is going to go in the scrap pile 2 months from now, probably. Like, painting is just a waste of money at this point. It'd be silly. And I always laugh at the people that come over and look. They're like looking. They're like, "What the hell is that thing?" And anybody that's a car person, and many people that are not car people, they always come over and they're looking at it. They're like scrunching their faces up, trying to figure out what the hell's going on. And the rust makes it that much more funny, I think. I think it gives it character. I might do that one and rust the cowl on that one intentionally and then clear coat over top of it or something. I might do that. Scoop? There ain't no scoop. That's always the first place people go, though. They're like, "Oh, nice scoop." Scoops gather things. Think shovel. Scoops gather things. This isn't gathering. It's going the opposite direction. It's a cow. But never fails. Every time. Every time. People like, I've had one guy that was like, oh, nice cow. Like, yeah, guy, it's a cow. Thank you. Good job. You know a word. Thank you. First person ever. But everybody's like, oh yeah, nice scoop. And they're always like, and then, okay, you know, the people that don't know like the words and the fact that they are actually separate machines and devices, right? Every single person that doesn't know those two things are two different things, they're always like, does it make it faster? What part of airflow restriction is making me faster? Think about it. Larger front sectional cross area. Front cross-sectional area. Jesus, I can't even talk. Larger front cross-sectional area means larger drag. No, it's not faster. It removes heat from my engine bay very, very well, though. What I would like to do, though, thinking about it now, so the reason I did it the way that I did it is because I'm primarily concerned about exhaust heat, right? I want to get the heat out of the radiator, off of the header, and out of the condenser more effectively. And, you know, the easiest way to do that is put a large vent, an air vent, right behind those devices that are trying to remove heat from something, and let the heat go straight out from those. But I've been thinking about it the past couple of weeks. No, see, it's not flame stickers, okay? Flame stickers give you 20. The scoop gives you 12. Hey, gotta get those numbers right, man. Come on. Come on. But what I've been thinking is, should I maybe move it back? Because that air is going to come back anyway. So there's two things in my head, right? The first is cowl in the front is better simply because the heat from the radiator, the condenser, and the top of the exhaust side of the head where the header sits, right? That air can come up and directly out of the engine bay. It doesn't get pushed back onto the intake manifold, onto the intake tube, onto all the bits where I want the air to be cooler, right? So it theoretically, I haven't tested it with the other hood. I'm gonna have to do that. So after the trip, that's gonna be a video. I'm going to do intake temperature tests, drive it down to like Hiram or something, which is, 55, 60, or drive it up to the hill like I'm going over to, or drive it to Brigham City. Drive to Brigham City and back, which takes me up that hill. So drive it up there with this hood, measure the intake temperature and the average coolant temperature, record it in Neptune, and then swap this hood on and do the same thing, because it's up a hill, down a hill, and some flat. So it's like it's all the major features you worry about when you do these kind of tests. So see how that affects my intake temperatures. If it doesn't affect my intake temperatures that much, then maybe I won't worry about it necessarily. Maybe what I'll do is try to put vents that channel the air down so it comes into the radiator and goes down underneath into like an air dam or something. I don't know. I think going up and over is a better idea. because of a thing that's in my head that I'm like 99% certain does not matter. It's a non-issue. And that is that the air coming out from under the hood is hotter. It's just going to be hotter than the air that's coming in across the front of the vehicle, right? So if you heat the air up and then you release it on top of the body, could you reduce the air density across the body, thereby reducing frontal drag? I don't know that there's enough heat that it matters. And actually, yes, the cowl, absolutely, 100%, that cowl is required for the AC. I'll do a video when I do the intake temp video. Remind me, and I still have pictures. I didn't take any video of it, but I have pictures of the last version of that. The last version of that was it was as wide as the condenser and sat right there, the same thing, where it had a drop down in front of the valve cover so water wouldn't drip into the spark plug tubes or on top of the valve cover. It would run down the front of the head across the exhaust and what have you. That stuff sees water anyway in a normal operation, maybe driving in the rain or whatever. And then it just came up and went flat and parallel to the surface of the hood instead of this big long kind of arch that I've got on there now. So this car, when I bought it, maybe I should make a short video about this. So the car, when I bought it, was 100% stock. It was just a 92 Honda Civic. At some point, I got to the point where I was just like, you know what? I'm not going to ruin the value. And there's not really a car in existence that I like everything about it. I've never come across a car that I enjoy everything about the machine. So I'm like, okay, well, why don't I build my own car? The primary reason for that is I don't have the knowledge or skills. At the time, I had zero knowledge or skills on how to even where to start. So I bought it. It was all stock. And I started doing some mods, some light mods. So when I bought it, somebody had put a cold air intake on it. I bought one of those cheap eBay kits, the knockoff deals. I drove through water that deep. Push rod number 1 out both sides of the block. Bang, bang. I was going 30 miles an hour at 2,000 RPM. Nothing. Drove through some water, blew the engine. Literally blew the engine. So, got a junkyard engine. That one lasted for, I don't know, about a year. I didn't do anything to it, though. I didn't re-gasket it. I didn't change anything. I think I did the oil pan gasket, because it was actually leaking previously. Oh, no. It sucked water into the engine. You can't compress water. So piston comes up to water volume, rod goes tink, snaps, and yeah, liquid water into the freaking engine. So they took, again, I'll do a video talking about this actually, just so it's a little bit more coherent, right? But the airbox factory sits in front of the driver or the passenger tire in the bumper. There's a resonator box, and that's to keep the thing quieter. All those big open volumes that you see on cars in the intake, that's just to quiet it down. That's all that's for. It's pointless. But the air filter sits, you've seen where the air filter sits, right behind the headlight on the passenger side. There's a hole in the body where that resonator box comes up into the air filter box, and then the tube that wraps around to the intake. They had just put the filter on top of that hole. No brackets, no nothing, just tube, silicone thing, plopped it down right there. So it ruined the headlight connector, just ruined it. It pulled 2 of the wires out of it just because it was just flopping around everywhere. So I had to replace that. And the headlight stopped working, and that's what got me in there looking at the thing. I'm like, oh, well, this is dumb. And then like a couple weeks later, drove through some water, and poof, there goes the engine. Pulled the filter off, looked at it. It was steel mesh. There was no paper in it. There was no filter element of any kind. And then when I pulled that engine out to like pull parts off of it or whatever, like the timing belt, tensioner pulley, stuff like that, stuff you can reuse, I was pulling it off. Timing belt, tensioner pulley, bolt. Not even tight. Not even close. Didn't have to apply any pressure. Just whoop, came right out. Crank pulley bolt, same thing. Not even tight. Whoop, came right out. So, somebody, I don't know who, either didn't know what they were doing or they really did know what they were doing. Either way, that was like 2008, 2009, somewhere in there. I don't know, because that is a thing, right? Bolts will come loose under normal operation in some situations. Honda exhaust manifold bolts are very good examples of that. Exhaust manifold bolts on these style of engines, the FBs, Ds, Hs, and Ks? I don't know if the Ks do it or not. But this style of engine, the exhaust header bolts will just back themselves out and fall off. Honda had an updated bolt for them. The stock bolts would. They had an updated bolt, which they took essentially acorn bolts. They chopped the end off of it, so they're through bolts instead of having a cap on the end. Then they put slices in the last little section of it and kind of bent them in, so it's a metal lock nut. And those work great. If I can find those at the junkyard, I get those at the junkyard because they last and they stay and they're good. You don't have to drill a hole and run wires through like the old school race car. Not old school. They still do it today. But you don't have to safety wire the nuts in there. But the car when I got it did not have AC. Somebody had ripped it out. It's a DX, which means it didn't come with AC when it shipped originally. It didn't come with so manual transmission, manual windows, no AC. This option, I don't know if the power steering was added later or not, but the DXs had an option power steering in this era. And so this one, when I got the car, had a power steering system installed. Whether it came with it or not, I don't know. But where was I at? Where was I going? Oh yeah. So everything was manual, right? So no AC, no nothing. But I think it was a dealer installed AC, which was a thing you could do. Nowadays AC is standard in vehicles, so it's not even, you can't even option it, I don't think. But it was a dealer installed AC. I know this because it had the evaporator core in the body. It was in there. They would have had the box empty if they had shipped it without AC. So I went and I got, there were also 2 lines. There's 6 lines total or something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 lines total. So I had to buy half the lines at the junkyard and put them in. I had to get a condenser and the compressor bracket and all that stuff. They even took out the compressor bracket, which is part of a motor mount. So I've done a lot to like restore a bunch of stuff in this car. But at some point I was just like, you know what, I'm not going to ruin its value, and I want to learn skills so that I can one day build a car of my own that does all the stuff I want it to do and doesn't do any of the things I don't want it to do. So I started experimenting. I have used a spare tire once in the 23 years that I have been driving. 23. 11, 21, 31, 23 years that I have been driving, I have used a spare tire once on a vehicle of my own. The hell do I need to carry that weight around for then? I got roadside assistance. Call them up, tow me to a tire shop. I'll sleep in the car. It's fine. I don't care. So, holy crap, the stream is way behind real time. Like a minute. Jesus. Anyway. So, remove the spare tire, and then I was like, well, I have this hole here that just collects crap. Why not get rid of it? Chopped it out, put a steel plate in. That right there was a good 50 pounds of steel. Like, it was a lot. Granted, the back end of this thing weighs nothing anyway, stock, and I've just now taken 50 pounds out of the back end of it. Yeah. So, I have to put some weight back in it, because it understeers like you would not believe, and a little bit of weight in the back would help that. And then I'm like, I like a stereo, but if I want to put a stereo in here, I want to face the speakers such a way that I create nodes and antinodes inside the cabin, such that right here, where you're driving, so you're driving, and right here is the biggest node, where all of the resonant frequencies, all of them kind of meet up, and you hear the best quality, highest sound music, kind of right here-ish. Honestly, ideally you want it right at the driver's head, which now that I no longer have a passenger seat, I could do, because I don't care about having it right here so a passenger can hear it. I want it in my head, right? I want the focal point to be right in the center of my head. So when I put a stereo back in it, it's not going to sit at the same level, so I don't need the rear deck. I don't ever have passengers in the back, so let's pull the rear seat out. Pulled the rear seat out. I actually pulled it out to do some other stuff and then just never got around to putting it back in. But I was like, it's fine without a rear seat. Nothing I do requires me to ever put the rear seat back in, so screw it. No more rear seat. So I got rid of the rear seat. And then I was like, I don't like this rear deck. Something happened. It started rattling. One of the spot welds broke. Probably because the way I corner sometimes. So one of the spot welds broke and it started rattling. And I was like, well, this is annoying. So I cut the rear deck out. I had a glass shop in Arizona, pulled the rear glass out so we could cut the rear deck all the way around and then weld in a little structural member. So that's what you see back there now, is that little strut brace there. And those triangles come up, and that's the rear window sill support. Because without that, I imagine that whole thing would move and the glass would break, probably around corners, or I don't know. Somehow, some way, I imagine the glass would break. It's been 2 or 3 or 4 or 6 or some odd years, and it's been fine so far, so I think I probably did it correctly. Well, correctly. But like, so I all this stuff I've done, I put the AC back in it. And the AC has never worked in that car very well. When I was in West Virginia, it worked great because it was humid outside. Humid means you could move more heat out of the condenser and you could move more heat into the evaporator. But in Arizona and Vegas, AC didn't do shit. On a 110 degree day, you didn't even know it was on. There was no change, nothing. It never would cool a cabin down at all. Part of that has to do with the 6,000 square feet of glass that's on the outside of this thing. There's no insulation. Hence the insulation. If I ever drive through the desert again for, some period of time, like I'm staying in the desert for a while in the summer, for whatever reason, it might happen, then I hope to have insulation and AC such that I don't care. As it stands today, I'm still working on it. But yeah, the AC did nothing. The heater does nothing, but I think for a different reason. I think the heater does nothing simply because the crazy efficient cooling system, the thing runs on the highway at 100, somewhere between 178 and 184 degrees Fahrenheit. Most vehicles, your standard thermostat full open temperature is 195. This has a 170 degree thermostat in it. You're not making heat. How can you put heat in the cab if you ain't got no heat in the engine to begin with? And I can tell you, Hondas, their heaters are nowhere near as good as, say, a Chevy or a Ford. Chevy has especially good heaters for a really, really stupid reason. Okay? So, GM products have very good coolant heaters. I don't know about the, what are they calling those things? PTC heaters? Not PTC heaters. The new electric style of heaters, sort of the hybrid electric heaters that you're getting in newer vehicles. I don't know how GM's doing those, but they're standard coolant-driven heater systems in their gasoline engine vehicles. Those work very good because they run the engine at 220 degrees. At 230, 240, heads start to warp, and you start losing sealing for head gaskets. So Honda's very good at not blowing head gaskets. Very bad at giving you heat in the winter. Chevys, very, very reliably, can blow head gaskets. But they're also very good with heat in the winter. So, you know, pros and cons, I guess. Different design concepts when they were designing these things. I think that was a side effect of them doing something else that was really, really dumb. But I don't know that for sure, and I'm not going to really say anything about it. I don't think it matters. So, as it stands today, I was going to show somebody yesterday, and I don't remember where I put it. It's over at a tote. So I have a compressor for the 94 Accord, 98 Odyssey or 2000 Odyssey. Again, Honda platform sharing, a bunch of different vehicles use this compressor. The compressor that's in the Civic that goes with that model is a fairly small-ish compressor. That means there's a smaller thermal capacity. It has a smaller pumping capacity, so you can't move as much material. This little fluffy, where is it at? This little fluffy keeps poking out, and it's irritating. So, because it's a smaller capacity, you can't move as much heat. AC doesn't work. With the hood on and a custom header, which produces, like it radiates infrared energy very, very well outside of the pipe. Ideally, you don't want that. The next exhaust I'm going to do is going to be double-walled pipe all the way down, and then it's going to get ceramic coated all the way down, including the muffler and the cat, and all of it is going to get ceramic coated all the way down. And ideally, you want to keep all of the heat, that the byproduct heat, the waste heat. You want to keep all of the waste heat in the exhaust until it is out of the exhaust, right? And we're talking like 1% efficiency, 0.8% efficiency, but it's still a number, right? So by the time I get done with this thing, I'll have done 15% worth of 0.5% everywhere. And that's kind of the point, right? To prove that, hey, you could design just an OEM piece of machinery that you could sell to people that would be reliable and efficient at the same time. So, you know, it's not having the money to do it right now. Day late and a dollar short, story of my life, you know, never having the money to do the things I want to do, and when I do have the money, or when I did have the money, not having the time or the space to do it. You know, it's all about opportunity. I haven't had the opportunity, and you know, come talk to me about white privilege and opportunity. Yeah, My life has been nothing but a series of bad events. A series of unfortunate events. Might as well be called Baudelaire. Anyway, so I'm going to put... I'm pretty sure the compressor, going back to the thing, the AC compressor in the Civic, I'm pretty sure is a scroll compressor. So you've got a spiral on one side that is fixed, and a spiral on the other side that is fixed, and an eccentric shaft. So the spiral will do this number, right? And as you do that, and you move one spiral against another, it compresses the fluid and sends it out. Or, yeah, compresses the fluid and sends it out. And that's fine, but under high loads, that system becomes less efficient, right? So if you have a high load on your compressor, because of you're loading the system up with a lot of heat, and the system has to work harder, that slows down a little bit. It's less efficient. So I'm pretty sure, I have to open it up to find out, but I'm pretty sure the compressor that I got that I'm going to use for measurements, for making a new bracket and everything, off of the Accord Odyssey CRVs, I'm pretty sure it's the type of compressor where it has 3 or 4 pistons, and then an eccentric plate that when the crank rotates, it rotates on some degreed pivot, and the plate does this as it rotates and pumps pistons. So it turns rotary motion into linear motion, right? Those compressors are a little bit less efficient overall, like over the full span of their range. They're a tiny bit less efficient, but they have a higher capacity for physical size. That's what I'm kind of banking on with this idea. I haven't found a calculator. I haven't been able to find a calculator for heat load on this to heat load on this, compression ratio, mass flow, like all of these numbers. I haven't found an equation for it anywhere. I have an HVAC book somewhere, and it's not. There's nothing in. Well, it's a handbook. It's not a physics book. So it's something that the layman's going to use to do stuff in your house or on a commercial building or whatever. So it's not going to have those equations. There's no need. But the idea is to increase the capacity, the pumping capacity of the compressor. I'm doing it all together, so it's not step 1, step 2, step 3. But this is sort of how I'm organizing it in my head. So increase the pumping capacity of the compressor. That means now that I can pump more heat through the system overall. Well, if I can pump more heat, I'm going to need larger radiators to handle the heat, to move the heat from the system to where it needs to go, either into the system from the cab or from the system out to atmosphere at the condenser, right? I'm going to need larger heat exchangers. The condenser I'm still working on. I'm thinking doing serial condensers. That's what I'm thinking. No idea how I'm going to make that work. Not a clue. But I'm thinking serial condensers. So into one condenser, into the next condenser, and then out to the rest of the system. I don't know if I'll be able to make that work or not. It's going to be where I can figure out how to fit it in there. That's going to be the key. But I'm also going to... I need to do some research. There is parallel fins, parallel flow evaporators, which is a tube, and all the fins come out of the tube. The low pressure, high pressure, low pressure. The low pressure fluid fills one chamber, flows evenly across all the fins. This is the ideal. This is all first approximations. But flows evenly across all the fins, absorbs heat evenly across all the fins, and all of that heat comes out of the end tube back into the system to be compressed and cooled. Okay? You then have plate and fin, which I don't quite know. I think the difference is parallel versus serial flow. And I think parallel flow is more efficient at moving heat. So I think that's the way I want to go. I've done some snippets of research on this a couple of times, and I'm pretty sure I keep coming back to parallel flow is probably the way I want to go. But I'm designing the system from the ground up, essentially. I am going to be probably updating the refrigerant. I don't remember the name of the one that I was going to move to, but it's easy to obtain. It's a fairly cheap refrigerant, and it's something like 8% more efficient thermally than our 134A, which is what this system has in it. This body actually shipped with R12. But somebody had ripped, like I said, they'd ripped the AC out. So I went and I got the next version, which was the 9495, which was our 134A from the factory, and stuck all those parts in it. They all bolt right up, plug and play, easy peasy. Also, the control system for the climate control in this it was fairly primitive, because it was primitive days for automotive HVAC in the first place. I want to do some updating to the control mechanism. I don't want automatic temperature. Automatic temperature is the stupidest thing you can do in an automotive HVAC environment. It's dumb, don't do it. It's fucking retarded. Manual control of doors and flaps, but they were using cables for some and motors for some, and the air box, I've talked about it before, the air box was designed with a lot of restriction in it, and I want the biggest restriction to be the heat exchangers. I want the airflow path to have no restriction, because restriction in the airflow path means you're taking that thermal energy and dumping it into the restriction. Right? So if you're cooling off the system, your air comes in, it gets cooled in the evaporator, or you remove heat from it into the evaporator, and then it comes out and it has to go through a restriction, a path change, or a smaller orifice. What you're doing is you're now removing heat from that air box more than you're removing heat from the cabin because of the restriction. Same with the heater. If you bring in air and you apply heat to it, and then it comes out and hits a restriction or a major flow path change, a lot of that energy is now getting dumped into where your restriction is. And it's going to take quite some time to, especially plastics with thermal inertia, like a good bit of thermal inertia and thick, chunky plastics like that airbox was. It's going to take some time to get that cooling or the heating into the cabin. And you don't want that, right? So I'm going to design... I don't know if I'm going to do it out of metal or plastic. Probably plastic, but it's not going to be injection molded plastic. I'm going to have to handcraft the whole thing probably. I don't know. We're not there yet. I need to come up with an adapter plate, because I want the evaporator and the heater core to mount flat on a plate. That's what I want. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to have them like this. So you can have evaporator and then heater core, right? And then you'll have it, well, probably like this. And then you'll have the outlet, and then it'll just go out to the cab through vents of some kind. That's probably what I'll end up doing. I just have to figure out how to do mixing, which mixing will probably just be a flap. If you're not heating, you're cooling, right? That's going to be kind of the design philosophy for the heat exchanger inlet manifold. So it'll probably be a chamber of some kind where the air comes in from one place, and you have a flap that controls percentage out to each. So you can have 100% one way, 100% the other way, or anything in between, 50-50 and anything in between. That'll probably be what I'll do. Sort of what Honda did, but through a very, very convoluted and out-of-the-way kind of design. Honda, they're not HVAC experts. Love the machinery. love the electrical system and the wiring. Love the body and the way they put the metals together. They're not HVAC experts. Right? Everybody has their pros and cons, right? BMW, they're fun, they're powerful, they're entertaining, they got some neat doodads. Their electrical systems and their body panels and their convoluted engineering for their emission systems are crap. Ford and Chevy, the engines last forever because they're down-tuned quite severely from the factory. And that means they create laughably low power for displacement. Generally speaking, Dodge does the same thing, actually, now that we're talking about it. The big three Americans, laughably low power for the displacement compared to everywhere else in the world. But that ends up meaning that the parts are under less stress and they tend to last longer. So, trade-offs, right? So, I love a lot of things about Honda. I'm going to be using a lot of design characteristics that Honda incorporated into these particular machines in the design for my own personal design car, which may or may not ever happen. I don't know. I'd really like it to, but it's going to depend on a lot of different factors. Primarily money. Money and time. I need money and time to design one and then get materials and build too. I still don't quite know how I'm going to go about doing a body of some kind, because I want a body, because I want an AC. Heat, you can put more stuff on. When it's hot out, you want AC. I want AC. I'm fat. I make a lot of heat, as is evidenced by the fact that it is 58 degrees, and I'm sweating. I'm sitting here sweating. Like, it's hot. 58 degrees is hot. I need it colder. White boy needs snow. But, yeah, so I'm redesigning bits of this car that I don't like one piece at a time. Damn it. I got like itchy. Like, it won't go away. Itchy, go away. There we go. So yeah, the HVAC is the next, like, big project. I just found out, or figured out, never really looked into it because it didn't really bother me that much. But about $100, probably come out to 120 after shipping and everything. So it's called 120 just for the sake of argument. $120, and I can make the clutch in that car feel 1,000% better. We were looking at yesterday. We were looking at clutch masters and slaves and what have you. Come to find out, Willwood's got their clutch master line. They're reliable, you know, reputable manufacturer, reputable brand. People use Willwood brakes on race cars. So if I match the diameter of the clutch master to the clutch slave, or let's reverse. Let's go back. So the current system is small diameter clutch master bore, longer stroke, right? To larger bore, smaller stroke for the slave. Just like a lever, right? It's just like a lever. So you take your lever, bam. You have your long stroke here, and you have your short stroke here. So you don't have to, you don't move as much fluid, but you have more leverage. So your pedal takes very little energy to move this end a very short distance, okay? And then you have the fork that provides, it's a 50-50, but the fork that goes in and provides the leverage to disengage the clutch. If I take and I move this fulcrum here, that's going to increase the force required to move the other side, and you will have to move it and the motion will be closer to 1-to-1, which would mean the overall throw, right? So as we get closer to this way, the overall throw on this side is reduced for a greater throw on the other side. Okay? What that's going to do is stiffen the pedal, yes, much good, and then reduce the pedal throw requirement for full disengagement engagement cycle, which means I can put the clutch pedal closer to the floor where I like it, because right now I have it at stock height with the stock master and the stock slave with racing clutch, just because I like the way racing clutches feel. But I can put the clutch pedal, so right now it's brake pedal, clutch pedal. Brake pedal and throttle pedal, or brake pedal and throttle pedal are about in line with each other. The clutch pedal sits way the hell up here, so you have to like, clutch. You know, it's a lot of throw, and I don't like that. And it feels squishy, and it's light, and it's gooey, and I don't like it. So, if I'm going to talk to, actually, when I get down to Arizona, wow, this stuff doesn't tear easily. That's a non-Newtonian fluid right there. Talk to my buddy when I get down to Arizona, see what he thinks. Maybe I spend more than 3 weeks down there. Maybe I spend a little bit more, do a little bit of stuff helping him out, just like seasonal job. Go down while it's not hot, and then head back up here around spring. Maybe I'll do that. I don't know. As long as I can keep my bills paid and like keep the house rented and like all that stuff. Doesn't matter where I'm at. So maybe what I'll do, maybe that'll be the next project. Just a little bitty guy swapping the clutch master and making it tasty. Because clocking doesn't matter. Clocking is not going to matter because the reservoir is not attached. As long as the reservoir sits upright and the hose comes down and feeds the master, doesn't matter. Might make it sort of a pain to bleed if it sits at a funny angle, but it's a clutch. It's easy anyway. One of the next projects I want to do is the addition of... No. I just had a really dumb idea. Really dumb idea. So at some point, I think I would like to put an electric motor in the back of this thing. The 92 to 95 Civics had an all-wheel drive variant, but the US never got it. That means I should be able to get my hands on rear-wheel drive spindles that I can stick CV axles in. Okay? Stick CV axles in, bring it to a diff, easy peasy, have some gearing, work out the gearing for motor speed and torque and blah blah blah, so that the electric motor would be a cruising motor and the engine can just idle and make power for it. See, there's a problem with that though, because these engines don't like to idle. They don't oil correctly at idle. They oil correctly at 3,000 RPM, which is where you're driving most of the time with this engine anyway. So I would have to modify the engine to provide cylinder oiling. I'd have to put oiling jets and have cylinder oiling, probably 8 of them. if it's planning on idling for a long period of time. If I'm doing a hybrid, it's going to have cylinder oiling, which isn't going to be too crazy hard. There's an oil jacket along the back of the block that runs like all the way down the back of the block. So you tap into that and you run just a little Y, and it sprays up on the cylinder walls, and then your oil rings sweep it off, and you don't wear your cylinders out prematurely, like I have already done to one of these engines. But what if the parking brake fix occurs after the electric motor, and I put a differential brake? I could put a large diameter rotor, big pads, 4-piston caliper, just one big caliper. It'd be a super simple system. Be kind of a pain in the ass to work on. I don't know how I do but the electric motor thing's like that's a project and a half. The only way I'd be able to do that is if I had a job that paid me stupid amounts of money, and I could just order a bunch of parts and then CAD some stuff up and have a machine shop do all that work for me, and then I just bolt it on. I do some cutting and welding and plates and brackets and bolt it on. Or this takes off, right? And people literally pay me to do that job. That's the only ways. Or somebody dies and gives me a bunch of money or something. I don't know. Nobody in my family has a bunch of money. Kind of lost in thought. Lots of things going on. There they are again. Dead South. The Dead South. Great band. Go check them out. And I'll tell you what. These cars were never like pretty to begin with. It wasn't designed to be a car you look at. It wasn't designed to be a car that you're like, oh yeah, I like the way that looks. The Civics were designed to just be, a small, easy to work on, efficient beater. But I'm sitting here looking at this thing, kind of like that. Let's see if we can use my fingers, block off some of that. There we go. Just kind of looking at it with like, the wide mouth, the wheels that sit right at the edge of the bumper there, and the headlights with that kind of I know something you don't know kind of look to them. It's I don't know. It's kind of an attractive little car from the front. The back's boring. The back of the Civics is just incredibly boring. There's nothing to write home about it. But it's functional. It does a thing. It's not bad. It's not bad. You should go look up the what the hell's that thing called? Stinger. Kia Stinger. Find a picture of the taillights at night. The Kia Stinger is Eeyore, if Eeyore was a car. Tell you what. I won't even rely on the stream to do it. Wrong button. I'm going to go find the image I'm looking for. Kind of an attractive little car from the front. The back's boring. The back of the Civics is just incredibly boring. Nothing to write home about it. It's functional. All right, here you go. Browser cam. Look at those taillights. It's just like, oh, hey guys. And the turn signal, I believe the turn signal is embedded in the brake light, like it's in the middle of that void in the brake light. So it turns the turn signal on. It's just like, hey guys, I'm coming over now, okay? Thanks. I'm stopping now. Thank you. Oh, it's great. I love the back end of the Kia Stinger. It's fantastic. I need to move this vise. It's in the way. Like, I sit right here to sit and just talk at the stream, but it's in the way. It's annoying. It keeps poking me in the back of the head or shoulder or something. Oh, I'm gonna go check. Since I drove the Civic and I've heated it up and then subsequently cooled it off, I'm gonna go check the coolant real quick. I'll be right back. Look at that. Coolant's a teensy tiny bit low. Yeah, coolant was a little bit low. I'm gonna call the owner of the van real quick. Ring.
Hello.
Hello. So I've got here in my little handly hand a little box of LEDs, so I can actually put some lights in that climate control unit, and we can make that guy work again.
That's the one down by the bottom.
Yeah, where the cup holders are.
Okay, yeah, that's that one.
Yeah. There's no point in whacking it. They're not going to come back on and stay on.
No, I mean they came back on for a little bit.
Yeah. Those ones, it's funny because when I was putting them all back together, I was worried about the cluster doing that. I thought the climate control bulbs were they felt pretty good when I put them in.
And then the stuff behind the dash is working great.
Yeah. I was driving, I got like, as soon as I got on the highway and hit like the first bump right off that off ramp, the climate control ones, almost all of them but one went out, and then I hit another bump and that one went out, and I'm like, I thunked it a few times and they wouldn't come back on and stay on. Like they would flicker a little bit, so they're in there still. They just, I don't know. I guess the housings suck. So I ordered some things from Super Bright LEDs. Hopefully their distributors are fairly reputable. And I'll come up there with, all it's going to take is the bit set. That's 2 bits that I need to take it apart and do the thing. Question, how wet has it been up there the past couple days?
That's a hard question to answer. I don't know. It's been kind of wet, but it hasn't been like snowing. It's just the stuff's been melting, but like everything's pretty dry right now.
Okay, because I might, as far as I know, there's nothing else I have to do like on cars or anything. So maybe, what's today? Tuesday. Maybe tomorrow or Thursday, head up there and do those guys and steal some money from you for the last one.
Yes, absolutely. I would say so. And then, well, I pulled together. I have it. I just
I was up there for free food and doing people stuff and friend stuff, and that wasn't. It was just I took the opportunity to bring the van up and bring the Civic back before we started getting snows and salts all over the place, just in case. But the whole purpose of the trip was you know, the friend's family thing, so I wasn't worried about it then. I mean, I was pretty sure that you hit confirm and it did a thing. Maybe it was some weird mass hysteria dream thing. But yeah, we can do it again. So this weekend is the kiddos are going to Vegas to go hang out with, I guess, a bunch of BB's friends from like a bunch of different places are all going to be down there, so they're going down there and hang out with them while they're all kind of in one spot. I was going to go with them, but then they're like, well, we need someone to watch Puppy. We don't want to take her to Pokey because she always gets stressed out. I'm like, yeah, it's fine. I can hit Vegas on the way back up from Arizona. So I'm going to stay here, watch the puppers while they're in Vegas, and then the next week's probably sometime in the middle of the week, because I have to, I have to pack up all the crap in the car. And then I'm going to head down to Arizona. I'll be down there somewhere between, the idea is 3 or 4 weeks. I don't know what it's going to end up being at the end of it. I'm just kind of playing it by ear at this point. But the idea is I'm probably going to be back sometime around like the 2nd or 3rd week of January. I'll be back up here. So we can do the headlights aren't like critical, so they can just, we can order them and they can sit in a box in the garage or something. But I figured I'd just let you know that, so that, if anybody asks in particular, you're not like, oh yeah, just give him a call. He'll be down there, next week or something.
Kate was telling somebody about you the other day, so. You're going down there?
No, I will coincidentally be there for the period of time that people celebrate erroneously as their false messiah's birthday. But it's coincidentally. It was going to be 2 or 3 weeks, and I was going to leave 2 weeks ago, so I'd be back up here like the week of Christmas, and then I was going to do, food stuff, and I was going to make some stuff for you guys. But now it's with them going this weekend and me being dog sitter this weekend. The idea is still I'm going to be down there for 2, 3, 4 weeks, so that's going to push it out to mid-January. So it's just serendipity that it lines up that way.
Well, you could always go at the beginning of January and be gone after Christmas.
The longer I push it, the warmer it's likely going to be in Arizona. And I can drive a car at 20 degrees with no heat. I cannot drive a car at 100 degrees with no AC. So, I won't be up here for Christmas doing friend things, trying to be a human and all. I'll be in Arizona. I'm gonna make it like videos and streams and what have you on the channel as I drove 1,800 miles to replace some brake pads. Because that'll be a heck of a title.
And Mom, do you think it's really prudent to consider to act completely crazy on your podcasting?
What do you mean crazy?
100 miles just to pay for it.
It's not crazy. And I was talking so the guy that I'm going down to do the work for is the guy that taught me to weld. Really good buddy of mine. I've known him in some of his worst days, and as it stands today, some of his best days, he's going gangbusters. He's got employees. I knew this guy when he was addicted to cocaine and weed. Like, like I knew this guy when he was on probation for vandalism and domestic violence or some shit. Like, you know, he was some stuff. But like, yeah, he's and it's funny because like he got off of like the stuff that he used to do that was, you know, no stuff, and he put on some weight and now he's chubby. Every time I go down and see him, I'm like, dude, you're fat. Because he used to be like he was tiny, he was thin, scary thin. Like I'd always tell him he needed to eat some more food, but you know, when you're there in the thick of that stuff, it's the last thing on your mind. But he's a good guy. He's finally settled down, got himself a family and kids, and you know. But
Going down there to help him.
yeah, so I'm going down. I talked to him, and he's been like for the last like year. He's just been like, so when are you gonna come down to fix my cars? Mostly jokingly, right? I got a buddy in Michigan, kind of the same thing. He's like, when are you gonna come up here and tune all these LS engines for me? Because I know how to tune an engine a little bit. And I was talking to him the other night, and I was like, you know, I don't actually have like a regular job right now. So technically there's nothing that just like keeps me here. I can go anywhere and do anything. I just have to be able to pay my bills. And he was like, yeah, how much is that? I was like, I don't actually know. Give me a day or two, let me do the math. So I sat down, did some just basic math, and I'm like, for 3 weeks, you know, $1,800-ish is about how much I would need to be down there for like a month-ish. And he was like, $500 a week is easy, bro. Like, if like you come down and you get all my stuff working, and if you help me out like on jobs, like that's, yeah, I could even give you more. And like, so he's, you know, he doesn't want to pay anybody in the town, like any of the shops, because he knows most of those people, and I know most of those people. And they don't do a good job. They'll break it worse than they fix it. And so, and it's funny because I tend to do that to my friends where I'm an ass. I plain and simple, I'm an ass. But I am good at what I do, and I will admit when I make a mistake. So like most of my friends are like the guy in Michigan, like he'll call me up from time to time and be like, hey, we've got this engine we're trying to tune, and he's got a guy up there that kind of knows some things, and he's been doing some stuff, but it's don't get me started on that. But he called me up, he was like, hey, I've got this thing, explain this to me, and blah 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 blah. And I was like, oh yeah, it's this and this, and when you see this, and you got to do this, and you got to change this to that, and like I was explaining it to him, he's like, yeah, it's kind of what I thought. This guy up here that's doing this for me right now is doing this and that. I'm like, you can't do that. It doesn't work that way. All he's doing is he's masking an issue with not even a fake repair band-aid. It's just he's masking the issue by causing other problems.
Well, I'm sure he'll be happy to have you, and that'll be money well spent for him. But hey, I need to get in the shower. I have an appointment at 3:45, and I just looked at the time. I have been very lazy today, so I didn't shower. But because I have physical therapy, and I was late last time. And so I better hurry. But if you come up, I'll have money for you for sure.
Okay.
Or we'll run to the bank, one or the other.
All right. It'll be, like I said, it'll probably be. I don't know if it'll depend on how I feel when I wake up tomorrow. If I feel like going on a trip tomorrow.
Better.
Okay.
Either day will work. I can
Okay.
do.
You can do Thursday. Thursday will be fun. And that way I don't have to worry about how I feel when I wake up tomorrow. Because doing some car stuff today, when I do car stuff, many times the next day. It's slow going in the morning because I'm stiff and haven't healed fully. So if I take tomorrow and do computer stuff all day and have a little bit of a sleep at night, then a trip will be far more feasible. So we'll just plan for Thursday. Thursday works. And I will see you there. And go take a shower and get your stuff done. Don't be late.
Well, I will be, but I'm going to try not to be.
Run everywhere. Run.
Run. Okay, I'll run in the shower.
Just do the Running Man in the shower. All right. We'll see you Thursday.
Okay,
Bye. Okay. Got a plane. We've got a plane. A plane. Not a plane, but a plane. We've got a plane. I Captain. Work. Jesus. This trackpad is going to irritate the ever-loving crap out of me. We're going to close the browser because it's annoying in the background. So, I don't think there's anything else I got to do today. I think that's it. I got to put the dishes away. I don't think you guys want to come with me and watch me put dishes away. I mean, I could. I could just start streaming my entire life. Why not? But I really don't think anybody wants to watch me put dishes away. So I can erase one more thing off the whiteboard, close the hood on the Civic, close the garage door, and go do some more video transcoding for 47 hours straight. So, we will see you later. Have a good night. Have a good day. Have a good food. Have a good yes. Even have a good no. Maybe have a good perhaps maybe then.